Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. The time is 4:03 p.m. Central Time, October 9th, 2024. We are currently tracking a major hurricane about to make a catastrophic landfall in Central Florida throughout this evening to tonight. We currently do have, let's go ahead and time skip here, 4 tornado warnings in effect, including one. There was a PDS. Let me make sure. Yeah, there's still a PDS tornado warning in effect near West Palm Beach. So we are going to go to that, and yeah, that was a very strong tornado. It is still in progress here. So if you are northwest of Royal Palm Beach, take cover immediately. This is a particularly dangerous situation ongoing here. This warning will be in effect till 5:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And yeah, currently Hurricane Milton is 120 miles an hour, pressure of 948 millibars, moving to the northeast at 17 miles an hour. And let's go ahead and get the velocity product here. And yeah, not very the best. It's not the highest of quality. So let's see if we can go back here. And did someone join us? All right, no. Okay, so yeah, and again, we do have our crew members that's going to be hopping on within the hour, so we'll wait for them to join up. But yeah, here's a replay of that tornado, and yeah, that was a very strong tornado. A strong tornado is still likely on the ground, so please seek shelter immediately. This is a life-threatening situation, particularly dangerous situation. And also, as always, we do have our cameras available to us. And from one of the cameras before we started, we actually got visuals of a tornado. And yeah, it will be this PDS tornado warning here near Royal Palm Beach. So moving up now, we do have this tornado warning also, the very large tornado warning, all the way up towards Juicin Beach. And this will be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for a possible tornado moving to the north at 40 miles an hour. So seek shelter immediately if you are south of Ports. If you are in Jessamine Beach, Ocean Breeze Park, and any areas to the southwest. We also do have an observed tornado warning up here. Actually, no, it just got downgraded to radar indicated rotation, but this does have a history of producing a tornado. This will be west of Fort Pierce, and this will be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And we're now down to 3 tornado warnings. Before we started streaming, there was a lot of tornado warnings. I think we nearly got up to 20 tornado warnings at one point. And yeah, yeah, we're expecting more tornadoes over the course of the stream. But the elephant in the room is obviously this massive hurricane that is going to be making landfall within the next few hours. Again, this is still a major hurricane, wind speeds of 120 miles an hour. And before a few days ago, this peaked at over 180 miles an hour, and that'll be a Category 5. It has since dropped off since then, but it's still going to pack a very, very serious punch here. And yeah, mandatory evacuations were issued all across this area. However, the time to evacuate has well been passed. And yeah, the main thing we are worried about, and we're gonna go to the National Hurricane Center now to get our products, is storm surge, life-threatening winds, and of course tornadoes. And if we go here, this is the cone from the National Hurricane Center. And that is the current position. They're doing hourly updates up to landfall and past, and this will be an overnight event. So this storm will be moving pretty slowly across Florida. It's moving northeast at 17 miles an hour, so it's not very slow, but it's not going to be over quickly either. So this thing is going to be over Florida overnight and should be gone by Thursday morning. And from there, it's expected to weaken and pass near Bermuda and then fully dissipate. Rainfall totals of around 12 to 16 inches of rainfall is expected in central Florida, along the Tampa Bay area, just north of the Tampa Bay area, and north of Orlando. Flash flooding potential, obviously a high risk for what we're going to be seeing throughout the next few hours, and that includes all of central Florida. Now, one of the main threats early on and into the middle part of this stream is going to be life-threatening storm surge. Just south of the Tampa Bay area, we're expecting 9 to 13 feet of storm surge. Tampa Bay, 6 to 9 feet of storm surge. Charlotte Harbor, 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. And the main thing to keep in mind is that it was supposed to take a more eastern turn a lot earlier into just north of Fort Myers, north of Cape Coral, but it has taken a very long time to take that turn, and now it looks like we're seeing an impact directly over pretty much directly over the Tampa area. So again, that is the new cone, and this is the satellite view from Zoom Earth. And this thing is going to be a Category 3 storm at landfall, and then weaken to a Category 1 hurricane as it works its way through central Florida. So it's expected to weaken relatively quickly. However, impacts are going to be very severe. Let's go back to our radar here and go back to the Torar storm, aka the PDS tornado warning storm. And yeah, that thing just cut its way through north of Royal Palm Beach. A new PDS tornado warning has been issued northwest of Palm Beach Gardens, and this is in effect until 5:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And again, that you can see that hook echo clear as day, despite this radar site being pretty low quality. But you can see that radar, that hook echo very, very clearly. So you need to seek shelter right now. This is going up right towards the airport there. So everyone in that airport needs to be sheltering in place, as a tornado is about to be hitting that airport momentarily. And we do have cameras out there. Some of them are already down, but we're gonna be seeing if we can get some live views of it as it gets closer and closer to landfall. So right now I'm just checking out some of the local cameras near this observed tornado warning. And again, we'll have people joining us throughout this stream. I had to start this an hour earlier because of the impacts that are already going on. But they will be here momentarily. And let's see if we can get an update here. And okay, so we need to go north immediately, because it looks like we do have a very powerful tornado starting to form. and it will be right here. I'll go ahead and show another radar frame. Actually, no, it's up here. Okay, yeah, it's up here, and oh, yeah. That is a very powerful tornado that is ongoing. So if you're in St. Lucie and areas around, seek shelter immediately. A very strong tornado is in progress. This is a PDS tornado warning, effective until 5:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And yeah, this just happened while we were going over everything. And yeah, again, this is a very catastrophic storm, and you need to seek shelter now. Let's see if we can get any views from on the ground of that storm from the Florida Department of Transportation. And I just received a photo here, and I'm just pending to see if I can share it, but we just gotten a visible view of that tornado. And yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and share this image here because I'm pretty sure this is from the Florida Department of Transportation. But yeah, this is a view of that tornado on the left. That just happened. And yeah, that is a very large tornado that likely just produced very significant damage. So again, if you're in the St. Lucie area, areas north, near Viking, South Beach, and areas around, seek shelter now. You're in a very catastrophic situation. This tornado is directly on top of Lakewood. So please seek shelter now. We also do have another observed tornado warning that just went up for this tornado warning near Palm City. So if you're in this general location, you need to seek shelter immediately. So we currently have 3 potentially strong tornadoes on the ground right now. And again, this tornado threat is going to be an issue over the course of the stream. And again, it was really, really bad. Or earlier before we started. A lot of strong to intense tornadoes. And yeah, for this tornado over Lakewood, we'll get you information as soon as possible regarding this tornado. We just shown you an image of the tornado. But this is a very powerful tornado. So again, if you're in the Viking area, areas north, please seek shelter now. This is a very strong tornado in progress. And again, we also do have that tornado warning that also just got issued here. That is a continuation of this one that has a history of producing a strong tornado, including Jupiter Island and Gomez. This will be in effect till 6:30 p.m. Eastern. Oh wait, that's the flash flood warning. That's also on top there. This is in effect till 5:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And speaking of flash flooding, that's going to be a major concern as well. But yeah, the elephant in the room is this very strong tornado. You can see on the right, that is the CC that we would use to track tornado debris. And we are tracking a lot of debris right there. The bluer and blacker that is, the more debris is being lofted into the air that's being detected by radar. And when you line that up with velocity, then you know that this is a very strong you know that this is a very strong tornado. But we can easily tell just from reflectivity and velocity alone. So again, if you're in Viking and areas north, please seek shelter now. You need to seek shelter in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you're outdoors in a mobile home or vehicle, evacuate to the most substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. And they we do have some we're gonna go to here. And see if we can get any live views of this tornado. And yeah, again, this is a very catastrophic situation. Please seek shelter now. I'm just looking down here for that other tornado warning, but now we're going to go back up to the north. Yeah, it looks like this storm is now starting to enter the sea. And it looks to be something happened here, but we don't have any video of it. Seems to be something rolled over. And this will be right around where that tornado came in. And then according to the site, there was a crash as well, right where that tornado ripped through. We're going to refresh and see if we can get anything there at all. And if you're just joining us, we just tracked an ongoing intense to violent tornado. And yeah, let's go back to the radar. And yeah, that there is that tornado there. Multiple reports of a large and destructive tornado with significant damage near Lakewood Park. And if we play this back, you can see that you can see on the right, that is the tornado debris signature, as you can see with all those blues and blacks. And yeah, this was a very strong tornado, and it's still on the ground. Let's see if we can get a I'm gonna see for our team we can get a debris height. Okay, never mind. Okay, but yeah, this is still ongoing. This is now near Vero Beach. And yeah, now a new observed tornado warning has been issued to the south of it. And yeah, this is the observed tornado radar confirmed. This will be in effect till 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And yeah, again, if you're in Fort Pierce and areas to the south, seek shelter now. Head to the most interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows, and make sure you grab a helmet and a sturdy pair of shoes. because if that tornado comes over you, you do not want to be barefoot walking in all that debris. Use anything that you can to protect yourself. Again, from a helmet or pillows, blankets, even a mattress. Anything that you can to protect yourself, and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And yeah, we're currently tracking several strong tornadoes making its way through eastern Florida. Let's go to our traffic cameras. And I'm just gonna quickly line this up real quick. See if we can get anything at all. Yeah, okay, yeah, that'll be well past because it's now east of Interstate 95, so we aren't gonna get anything on those cameras. Let's see if we can get any information on the tornado that just struck Lakewood. And oh my, we just got we just got a photo that is okay. So this is from a I'm trying to get it up here, but from a photo that I just saw, that is extremely catastrophic. 911 call from Wellington, Florida, says 10 people are trapped in rubble. Houses are gone. And yeah, I'm just quickly confirming this real quick, but yeah, I just received a photo that showed a very large tornado, and it's probably most likely the one that we saw go through Lakewood. We currently have 6 tornado warnings, and new one just got issued up here uh for South Patrick Shores and Coca-Cola Beach, Coca Beach, my bad. This will be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Hold on. And okay, so yeah, I'm just checking again. We have a lot of reports coming in, so it's hard to manage all of that at the same time. Two of the warnings just got dropped here. I would say that Lakeview is in the clear. They are in the clear from the tornado, but from the damage that we're getting reports of, do not go outside. And here is one of the photos of one of the tornadoes that is ongoing, and that's a very horrifying photo. And that was from From the person who posted this, it was sent at 4:26 p.m. The top left says 37, but that just gives you an understanding of how violent these tornadoes are. And yeah, here is the new radar scan. You can see that giant debris ball as this storm is about to go off into the ocean, but yeah, that is a very violent tornado that we were tracking. And we'll get you information as soon as possible regarding those regarding the tornadoes, and we still have them ongoing. Again, that is the most recent radar scan, and yeah, that is unbelievably catastrophic. And yeah, again, you need to be seeking shelter now. Get in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. This tornado is going to be right on top of you. It's important to mention that this thing is not going off the coast. It is riding along the coast. So this thing is moving up along A1 into Indian River shores. So seek shelter now. That is a very strong signature that we are receiving. And again, we also have that storm to the south. That's also that's also under a tornado observed. All of these are. So if you're in a tornado warning, seek shelter now. And again, this has been a record-breaking day in terms of tornadoes from a tropical cyclone. A lot of tornadoes happened before we came on the air. And we still have the storm surge. We still have the we still have the winds, and we still have the entire hurricane to go. And while we wait for new information, let's go back to the western side of Florida to get you your update on that side. And we just got in an image. We just got in an image of a we just got an image of some damage. And this is some of the damage that's coming out now. Very, very, very major damage. And hold up, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to go back to the radar there. That is an image of the damage from the tornado from one of the tornadoes that just happened. And yeah, that will be a moment to remember. But again, we're only just beginning with the hurricane itself. We currently do have the eye wall is just offshore here, and we'll be moving on shore shortly. Sarasota is starting to get into a really, really heavy inner band just outside the main eye wall. So let's go ahead and get some of the views here from down there in Sarasota. And it looks like a lot of these cameras are already down. So we're trying to get those back. And getting some more information here of even more catastrophic damage from the tornadoes. the debris was lofted over 30,000 feet from the Lakewood tornado. And who joined us? Savvy. Okay. Hello, Savvy.
Hey, I might not be able to talk much because this storm is too much.
Okay. Wait. Check the GC real quick. Hold up.
Are we live?
Yes, we are.
Oh, okay. I won't. I probably won't be
Okay.
talking much.
Okay. So yeah, we're getting more images of the large wedge tornado from Lakewood, and that appears, to my knowledge, since I woke up, seems to be the strongest tornado of the day. And again, debris was lofted 30,000 feet in the air, which is something that you never see from a tropical cyclone-induced tornado. That is something that's extremely rare to see. And, yeah, and hold on. Yeah, sorry, I'm back. So, yeah, again, we're getting many reports of very catastrophic damage. And yeah, I'm pretty sure Snowball will be joining us momentarily at around 5 o'clock p.m. And so yeah, again, we're gonna
That's good.
we're gonna be ganging our team here. I had to start an hour earlier because there was another PDS tornado warning, and it led to this.
Man, I'm speechless. This is absolutely horrifying. I just pray for whoever's getting impacted because this is absolutely horrible. I've never seen anything like this before. All right, you can keep talking. I just wanted to get that wording out.
Okay, so yeah, and we do also have a lot of flash flood warnings in effect. And again, we'll be seeing a lot of these flash flood warnings in effect. I'm sorry for going silent there. I'm just trying to get new information here as it's flooding in, and also that tornado warning for Vero Beach has been dropped because it's now starting to go offshore. But we still have those two warnings down to the south. And we're gonna go up because I just learned that there's more, potentially a water spout coming on shore. So I do want to go ahead and check in on that, and that storm will be something to be concerned about here. As that continues to get on shore. Same with, let's see if this one is trying to go on land here. It looks like it seems like it will remain off land for a while, so that's good because that looks to be a very strong couplet there. And yeah, there's that storm there that produced that tornado, that very strong tornado. And yeah, that's going offshore now, which is good. And then we also do have that tornado warned storm near Indian River Estates. And so again, if you're in Indian River Estates and to the north, seek shelter now. So let's go ahead and go back to one of our cameras while we get the information from Lakewood and those general areas that got badly impacted. I do want to check on the cameras on the western side of the state. We're gonna check the Skyway Bridge. And here's your view from the Skyway Bridge, as you can see. And you can see some of that. You can basically see some of the storm surge there. Not starting to overtop the Skyway Bridge though. But I do want to point out that I do want to point out that police were and still are blocking off the Skyway Bridge. From this camera that I checked. For obvious reasons. And then let's get a view here. I do want to zoom in on that in particular. This is southwest of Tampa, where conditions are starting to rapidly destabilize. And yeah, there is your view right there of that storm. You can see the rain curtains blowing in, the palm trees blowing in the wind. And yeah, that's only going to get worse and worse as this storm gets closer and closer to landfall. So again, by this point, it's well too late to evacuate. Please shelter in place. Do not go outside. Life-threatening conditions are occurring. And again, this has been a pretty big day in terms of tornadoes. Probably,
Yeah, we had like, oh, sorry.
yeah, I think we had over 50 warnings from something I saw.
I think so. Yeah, it was about 50. Was this at once, right?
Say again?
Was this at once, all at once, right?
Yeah, it was kind of all at once, and then it kind of calmed down a bit, and now it picked back up.
Yeah. Sorry if I don't have much to say.
We do have a new video that I do want to share. Let me just confirm it real quick. But this will be from one of this will be from one of the. Wait, okay, yeah, this will be from the tornado in Vaughn Beach. This is from Jenna Blake. Zero. Wait, kind of hard to see from this side. Jenna Blake 0812 will post a link in the chat here for proper credit, but going in play that video real quick. If it does load again, everything's been slow today because of the amount of people that are trying to access everything. It will give that a refresh. Okay, but yeah, there is your there is
Are
that
you watching
tornado.
that storm? Oh, sorry.
Okay. Okay, there we go. We got the video. Okay. So yeah, there is that tornado near Vero Beach. And yeah, and you can see the true size of that tornado. And again, we're getting widespread reports of catastrophic damage, including injuries. And we'll post this in the chat here. But yeah, that again, from every possible angle, we've been seeing we've been seeing signs what appears to be a violent tornado that happened in Lakewood. And Savvy, what were you about to say about the storm?
Oh no, there's tons of tornadoes right now. I'm trying to track. I can't say each configure one because I don't want to misinform again. I had a long day, so please forgive me.
Yeah, if you need to, you can leave because Snowball's about to join.
I'll stay. It's no big deal. I'm gonna just let you talk.
Okay, so here is that this isn't on land, but again, you can see that we're counting like 3 waterspouts here, actually 4 waterspouts, maybe even 5 in this single frame here off the coast, off the eastern coast of Florida. And we're still tracking that tornado that just went over Indian River Estates. That is an observed tornado warning. And let's go back to the west side. And yeah, this storm was very delayed in an eastern turn. Originally, it's supposed to be hitting north of Cape Coral, but it was very delayed in its turn. It's now seemingly turning eastward now. So it looks to be a landfall spot will probably be near Sarasota. But the eye will wobble, so that location will most certainly change. Yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of storm surge being pushed into the Tampa Bay area. And and a very strong band now starting to enter Sarasota. And that eye wall is about to come in as well.
It looks like it's making an east northeasterly turn though. At least for right now. That can't change, but that's what it looks like.
And yeah, and also we're starting to come down on the tornado warnings. We now only have 2 tornado warnings compared to the nearly 20 we had before we went on the air. However,
That's some good news.
the main impacts are starting to shift more now into damaging winds and storm surge, catastrophic storm surge.
Yeah, we got some good news and bad news at the same times.
Go ahead. Are you referring to what I said?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And yeah,
I have a question though.
go ahead.
How you so how are those two tornado warnings doing right now?
It's hard to see because they're in a radar dead zone, but one of them is radar indicated, and one of them is still an observed tornado warning.
Oh,
But yeah, we're starting to
well, we
see
gotta
that.
watch it then.
Say it again.
I just said we gotta watch it then. That's all.
Yeah, and now we're starting to see that eye wall is starting to come on shore. But to be honest, unless radar is acting pretty weird, it doesn't look to be a very, very strong eye wall on the eastern side of it. But we do have this very strong band that's coming in. The strongest part of this eye wall seems to be on the northern side of it. And that northern side is what's going to be projected to go into the Tampa area. Okay, let's go ahead and get some new information regarding that tornado.
You know where Seawall's Point is, right? Apparently, there's a huge TDS there right now. Could be
Uh,
wrong, but that's what I'm seeing.
okay, let me go ahead and confirm that for you.
Yeah, make sure it's correct.
Okay, okay. Uh, let me just, and yeah, that would be one of the that would be one of the radar indicated storms that we were just referring to.
Do you see something that we should be concerned about, or not really?
All of the tornadoes that are off the coast, because I do see them trying to turn on shore.
They trying to come back on shore?
Some of them are, some of them will just like hover around the coast.
Oh, I see. And they are trying to come back on shore, but that's because the storm is probably wobbling right now as a whole.
Okay, I do see that rotation there. There was, and I can't confirm there was a tornado in Port Serenano. Is that how you say it?
I
Serrano.
guess so. Seriano, I can't find.
So see, we just had a tornado there.
Where's Seriano at?
Say again?
Oh, Port Seriano.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It
Here,
yeah, it
here
just passed.
yep. Here's another photo of that tornado. Near Lakewood. It's the one that where we're getting all those like pretty much a violent tornado at this point. I mean, it was a very, very large tornado. Catastrophic damage has been reported. And a lot of people are saying that we might have just witnessed the strongest tornado ever produced by a tropical cyclone. We do have a new warning to be looking out for, and this is one of the bands that are coming on shore here. And yeah, that already has a very impressive hook. This is near Cape Canaveral in Angel City. And that just came on shore, so seek shelter now if you're from Cape Canaveral all the way to the west here in this polygon. This will be in effect until 6:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. You can see that little hook there, that rotation, clear as day, already coming on shore into some development there. So this is something to keep an eye on, and again, this is one of the bands that are coming on shore. We've been actually tracking this for a bit here, and that'll be 100% something to be worried about as it turns back on shore. Let's go ahead and see if
If
we can
I had
get
to
some.
guess, Cape Canaveral was in the first top one, right?
Say it again.
If I had to guess, Cape Canaveral was in the first top box, right?
Yeah, it's the northern warning box.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, a lot of the cameras in the west are already down. And also, when Snowball comes on, I'm gonna let him take over because I do have to eat dinner.
Yeah, I feel you. I'm probably about to leave.
All right, see ya, Savi.
RC, have a nice time.
Get some rest.
Also, one more thing. Also, one more thing before I go. Am I allowed to say this? I don't know.
I just want
But
you to get some rest, Savi.
yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. All
Okay,
right.
see ya.
I'll see you.
See ya. Yeah, we're just waiting for Snowball to come on here, and he'll take over for me. But yeah, there is that rotation there. Moving on shore now, approaching Angel City. And we also do have that extended tornado warning up now towards into Viking, and fortunately the same areas that have already been impacted by a very strong tornado. So yeah, Oslo, Viking, South Beach, you're back under the gun. You're under a warning until 6:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And this does have a history of producing a tornado. The recent advisory has came in is their positional update. They kept it pretty much at the same intensity, 120 miles an hour, pressure 948, but it's now moving at 15 miles an hour. So it is slowed down, and it's actually moving not north-northeast anymore. It's moving northeast at 15. So that is the most recent update. And also here is a wait, never mind, can't show that. Fort Myers apparently now is starting to flood pretty badly. And do know Fort Myers does have webcams. But I won't be shocked if it is down. Okay, yeah, it is down. Let's see if we can get any web cameras down there. Any from the Florida Department of Transportation. We do have a few, but they're not really not really too clear. So yeah, for now we're gonna have to pause on that. Again, we also do have that. We also have a new tornado warning for Port Solano, and that just got hit by a tornado, and now there's another one rapidly forming here. So please seek shelter now. I know you just got hit by a tornado, but another one's on the way. And yeah, it looks like we do have that couplet there near Angel City that we're keeping a very close eye on. And we're gonna be, and yeah, again, this tornado could touch down at any moment. So if you're in that polygon, seek shelter now in an interior room and take your tornado precautions, because that appears to be that's about to touch down at any moment. Yeah, and yeah, Snowball said that he'll be hopping on momentarily. So again, I do have to eat dinner, but I will hand it off to Snowball. Again, just to tell you everything that's going on. We just had what appeared to be a very violent tornado near Vero Beach also got hit, but St. Lucie, Lakewood, those general areas, uh, and yeah, we're gonna report to catastrophic damage, and we're gonna see if we can get more information showed here. Again, this outbreak has been going on for pretty much the entire day, including apparently 3 to 4 more stronger tornadoes around or around not around like wait, hold up. Okay, so yeah, again, I just got some new information of just more damage. Okay, Snowball. I think that has to be Snowball. Yep. Hello.
What? Hi.
So, yeah, did you see that violent tornado in Lakewood?
I just got home, man. I haven't seen crap.
Yeah, there was a very strong tornado in Lakewood. The storm's currently 120 miles an hour. The eye wall,
Alright, so rapid weakening.
yeah, not really rapid weakening, but it's definitely falling off from what it was. Expected to make landfall with that intensity.
Alright.
Yeah, the eye wall right now is over
Tonight.
Sarasota, too, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll let you take over since I do gotta eat dinner, but I'll be back in like 15 minutes.
Okay. I might do a bit of talking, but I've still got to get my stuff situated. Hello, 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 everyone. How are we doing? I just got home and I'll be taking over streaming for the time being. I'll be getting my things situated and I'll be answering some questions you guys may have on the storm.
I just want to. I'm hopping back on to say, I was checking one of the cameras, and I think I just saw a tornado on the ground. This is near Port Solano. The camera that I got it's down, but here's another one from that same area. Let me make yeah. So can't talk for very long, but I just wanted to share that we do have a tornado touching down near Port Solano. Via a camera that I saw that just went down. And yeah, again, we'll be back here in about 10 minutes. All right. So I'm just checking in to see what I missed. And then let me go ahead and just remove that thing there. There we go. Oh, I was muted on Discord.
Yeah. I muted for like 2 minutes. I'm back.
Yeah, so what I said before I went back AFK is that I think I saw a possible tornado on one of the cameras near Port Serrano.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, that warning got dropped about 2 minutes ago, so
Just
hopefully
gonna be us in the call?
I say again?
Is it just gonna be us in the call or what?
Savi said that he's gonna be joining once once he rests up a bit because he's resting right now.
Alright.
And
Alright, sounds
potentially,
good.
yeah, potentially Brody later on too.
Alright, sounds good.
.92-mile-per-hour gust south of Jupiter Farms. And the person who said that was a possible tornado. And that wasn't a tornado warning moments ago. The eye wall of the storm has been on shore now.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it's right
Yeah, I see
over.
that.
Yeah, Sarasota is
Right over
about
to
to be entering the ice. Actually, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. The radar is being weird right now. It says that there's there's something like in the eye. I'm pretty sure that could be like I'm not too sure.
weird.
We had Tampa starting to come into the eye wall now. The strongest part of the eye wall is on the northern and northwestern side.
Yeah, sounds about right.
And we're now down to 0 tornado warnings. We had apparently over 100 tornado warnings today.
Damn. So we're looking at mostly a tornado producer with this one?
Yeah, it's been happening. It happened like before we went on. But the main part of that seems to be winding down. Although there is potential for more tornadoes later on.
Alright.
The strongest tornado, to my knowledge, seems to be the one that happened in the Lakewood Park. That happened 15 minutes after we went live. And we're still getting reports of catastrophic damage in that area. We also do have reports of injuries.
Uh-oh.
And yeah, obviously a lot of the cameras here are already down across western Florida. Here's a view from one of the cameras in Siesta Key. This is the same camera where we captured a lot of power flashes from. And as well as that storm surge. Yeah, the winds are starting to rapidly pick up again. As that eye wall is is now on shore. We're expecting landfall officially within the next 3 hours.
Hmm. I can almost see it maybe happening beforehand. Storm started picking up pace pretty quickly.
Yeah. From the recent advisory, though, it went from 17 miles an hour down to 15. But still a decently moving storm.
Yeah.
I also do have this one camera right near that eye wall. Excuse me. Right near that one eye wall. And oh, ow, my bad. So yeah, this is like right near the eye wall, and you can see those palm trees right there. That is swaying really intensely now, versus the last time we checked in here. Power seems to be out on the on the right part of the frame. That's what's happening on that camera. If we go to further into Tampa, um, you can see the same story here, and this leads to the bridge, the Gandhi Bridge, and that's been blocked off for obvious reasons. The every bridge in Tampa has been closed down. And let's check on power outages here. Florida's at 260,000 people without power. Basically all of Indian River County is without power, and that's because of that tornado that happened. 25,000 out of the 26,000 people that they tracked there is out of power. And we're expecting these power outages to rapidly increase, so have all your electronics charged. And if you're going to be using a generator, only use it after the storm, and never run a generator inside your house. Should be at least 30 feet away from your house. Photo from Charlotte Harbor, Florida shows flooding starting to happen there. I'm still trying to see which parts of the storm is actually the eye wall, because the radar is being confusing here. Because it looks like it's showing two different ones. Now I know some of this can be because of birds that get trapped in the eye wall, but this is way too large to be just birds. So I'm actually starting to lean that this is actually the eye wall here. Yeah, but yeah, we're looking at landfall within probably, I mean, officially it says 3 hours, but I think we're leaning more towards 2 hours. Um, I'm also, if we look at the, wait, hold up. Because some people are saying that it's starting to kind of transition a bit into an extra tropical hurricane. And yeah, I do want to say that this part right here is the eye wall, not this. So I did, so earlier in the stream, I thought this was the eye wall. That's not the eye wall. This is the eye wall. So issuing a correction there. But again, the strongest part of the eye wall is on the northern side. And yeah, I can kind of see that transition that people are talking about. Obviously, the surge that will still be there, no matter what it does. Yeah, right now, Venice and Sarasota are about to be hit by the eye wall soon. So, and yeah, again, we don't have any tornado warnings right now. Let's go ahead and try getting an update from that tornado in Lakewood. We do have reports of, oh, yeah, I just seen a photo of a gas station that's completely destroyed. Can't share it though because it's news. That's copyrighted. And I do want to share this one clip. I'm going to post it in Stormbase Central. And I'm just going to go ahead and get it so that way you can watch it here. But this is from the Fort Pierce tornado. So if you look in the GC, and yeah, from that video, that is a very, very violent tornado. I mean, that video does enough justice to show you how strong that tornado was. And that's out of Fort Pierce, Florida. Kind of reminds me a bit of the Tuscaloosa tornado of 2011.
Savvy just joined.
Yeah. Hello, Savi.
Hi.
And right now we're looking at a video of this tornado as it went from the Fort Pierce tornado, and that again, this reminds me of Tuscaloosa. That's that's something you would see from a from a supercell in May, not from a tropical cyclone. So that was a video from Fort Pierce of that tornado as it hit, and we're still waiting any new information on that tornado, but the damage so far looks pretty substantial. And while we were looking at that video, we do have a extreme wind warning now in effect, including downtown Tampa and basically the entirety of the Tampa area, effective until 9:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So yeah, an extreme wind warning has been issued. While we were looking at that video, here is that graphic. And let me resize that here, because we had it that sized up to look at the cameras a bit better. Yeah, there is that graphic, and I might have to show that one clip again because I did not know it was sized like that. But yeah, that includes the entirety of the downtown Tampa area and the Tampa Bay area in general. That will be in effect until 9:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So yeah, conditions are about to rapidly deteriorate. That eye wall is starting to come on shore now. So again, Okay, wait. I'm gonna see how close the eye is from a landfall here. And the sun is now starting to set in Florida. I had to guess that would be like around 20 miles. 15, 20 miles from landfall. And again, landfall will be when the center of the eye goes over land. Here is a video from Fort Pierce of that tornado.
Oh my god.
And again, that is catastrophic. And again, that's one out of apparently over 100 tornado warnings that was issued. Yeah, and also we're getting signs are showing that the storm is still weakening more. So I doubt it's making landfall at the intensity of 120 miles an hour, despite it being forecasted to. Recon is basically supporting the fact that this is no longer a major hurricane. However, they're still having it around a high-end Category 2 hurricane. So next up, they were probably seeing this, or probably like the next update, or the update after that, we're probably going to see this storm get downgraded to a Category 2 hurricane. So this storm is weakening pretty quickly before landfall. Before like weakening more before. Wait, hold up. Again, we get more catastrophic damage in Lakewood. Uh, yeah. This storm is really weakening faster than intended. and apparently people are saying that this is transitioning into an extra tropical cyclone, which will be good news for Central Florida in terms of the winds. But we're still going to be seeing, but the wind will be strong enough to still do damage, and the surge threat won't be lowered by that. The sea level pressure from recon so far, the lowest they have it is at 952 millibars. Currently, the National Hurricane Center from the 5 p.m. update has it at 948. So a lot of signs are pointing that this is no longer a major hurricane. But it will still be making landfall as a considerable strong Category 2 hurricane.
Pressure is ridiculously low for Category 2 also.
Yeah, but yeah, that pressure is starting to come back up. It was before at 950, then it went down to 948, and now apparently it might go back up to 952.
Mm.
Boy, Savvy, did you see that one tornado video from that I posted of the Fort Pierce?
Mm-mm. Not yet.
This video that I just replied to.
All right, we gotta go do something. So I'll be back in a little bit. But
Me too. I'm about to see the
oh
video.
damn.
All right, yeah. So see y'all soon.
Uh,
Okay, so yeah, right now we're starting to see that eye wall come on shore. Now let's go ahead and check out some of the cameras. So let's go ahead and get some I'm gonna go back down and see if we can get some more live views from Sarasota and those places. Mainly, well, actually, I want to go to St. Petersburg because I know we haven't been there yet in terms of cameras. Oh yeah, that well, that a lot of the cameras are down. So we're gonna have to look elsewhere for a camera in St. Petersburg. And the sun is starting to go down, so it'll be pretty hard to see stuff from the cameras from now on once everything goes dark. And yeah, it looks like basically all the St. Petersburg's cameras are down. I'm gonna drink some water real quick. New tornado warning just got issued. This will be up near Cape Canaveral. Well, up north of that. So let's go ahead and go there. This is for Wilson. And I'm just looking at my display here. Yeah, it seems to be only Wilson's in it. Okay, so there we go. Okay, we got it now. So yeah, there is that new warning near Wilson in effect until 7:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for a possible tornado moving to the north at 20 miles an hour. You can see that hook signature on radar. This should remain west of Wilson, but if you're in that polygon, seek shelter now. The main tornado threat is starting to die down, but there is still an environment in place where we could still see some tornadoes over the next few hours. But the 20 plus warnings with mass amounts of significant tornadoes, that's starting to die down. However, this area is something that we got to pay attention to, as well if any of these wrap around back on shore. And in about 5 minutes' time, we should be seeing the next update from the National Hurricane Center. And yeah, a lot of signs are saying that a lot of the signs are saying that we might not have a major, but well, we'll see what recon continues to find. But again, it's only really going to be like a 5 mile per hour difference, so a 5-10 mile per hour difference. So again, it doesn't really matter. However, we're starting to see this transition into an extra tropical cyclone. Landfall is about 2 hours away. And yeah, we'll 100% keep going here. It looks like that recon just found evidence that this is still a major hurricane. But yeah, we'll wait and see what the National Hurricane Center goes with. I had to guess, they'll probably lower it to 115. But and yeah, from the recon evidence, it looks like it's still they just found evidence to say that this is still 120 miles an hour. Before it looked like for a while that it was below that. We should be seeing what the National Hurricane Center's call. Okay, so now we're just waiting on the new National Hurricane Center update. And yep, it just came out. So they have kept it at 120 miles an hour. So yeah, they've kept it at 120 miles an hour, but the pressure is now 952 millibars. And the movement is still northeast at 15 miles an hour. So yeah, that is the most recent update from the National Hurricane Center. The next one will be at 7 p.m. So that pressure is going up, meaning that the storm is weakening. From what we're seeing, this storm is starting to enter a ex-tropical transition, which would mean that the winds will start won't be as bad. But there'll still be enough to cause some damage, but the surge that will still stay the same. So from the National Hurricane Center's discussion here, the northern eye wall of Hurricane Milton is beginning to move onshore of the Florida Gulf Coast near Tampa and St. Petersburg, where an extreme wind warning is now in effect. Please shelter in place as these extremely dangerous hurricane-force wind speeds overspread the region. A sustained wind of 61 miles an hour and a gust of 77 miles an hour was recently reported at the weather flow station at the Egmont Channel. A sustained wind of 44 miles an hour and a gust of 77 miles an hour was recently reported at the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. A sustained wind of 55 miles an hour and a gust of 71 miles an hour was recently reported at a weather flow station at Skyway Fishing Pier. The next update will be the intermediate advisory at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and that'll be 7 p.m. for us here in the Central Time Zone. And yeah, and also that tornado warning, by the way, in Wilson has been dropped, so we're now back down to 0. Oh, sorry for that. I was taking a video and then autoplay the audio. We're apparently up at over 120 tornado warnings. And yeah, we also seen another tornado near T Cuesta, Florida. Um, before we went live. And we've gotten many photos and videos of tornadoes before we went on the air. All right, so back to the radar. We're starting to see the main part enter the St. Petersburg area and Tampa Bay area. The eye is about 10 miles away from shore, if I had to take a guess. And from the radar scans, it looks like the eye from one of the as you can play it here, it looks like the eye is actually starting to cave in on itself on the radar. And again, many signs are pointing that this is trying to do an extratropical transition. And it will stay on the air up until landfall and past landfall. And yeah, I'm just trying to get any more. Okay, so I'm gonna share some of the other footage. Here is up from the police station. Let me see here. This is from the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office. I was struck by a tornado. Here is another view of I think this is the the Fort Pierce tornado. Okay, let's go back to some of the cameras that we have available to us. And it looks like, yeah, it looks like all of the cameras that we have are still down. And yeah, right now we do have reports of injuries from some of the tornadoes. No reports on fatalities. They are reporting that power lines are down, making roads impassable. I do want to see if we can get on the scanner. Do they have any scanners? I think it will be Indian River. And we do have so yeah, please hold. We're gonna get that pulled up. Okay, well it's the county. Okay, it looks like they took the Fort Pierce scanner online in St. Lucie County. And hold on, let me turn off the no, let me just turn off audio real quick. We're just gonna play an ad. Okay, we are now connected to that. So okay, let me go ahead and get that because there's a lot of static. Okay, yeah, and right now we're just trying to find. I also do want to go to Indian Rivers County Sheriff. And Indian River will be in the Vero Beach area, not in Fort Pierce because they have theirs offline. Flood for Victory Park. He's put in a call. Yeah. 2112, 75, 2180, pack one. Alpha 596 DAV. Alpha 596. 1900 block of
79th Avenue. My patrol car, flat tire. I'll be at my 1042.
Power outages wise, we're currently at we just crossed over 310,000 people without power.
Cannon 6 or Alpha 363. Still saying on the radio? Calling Alpha 636.
And yeah, we'll be right back. I'll have the scanner
Okay,
on.
do you need fire rescue to respond to your residence? Negative. Copy.
Okay, I'm back. They've and also in Picasso County, fire rescue has suspended all emergency service response, and we're gonna turn off the scanner here. If you're in danger, please call 911 and provide details of your situation. We're constantly monitoring weather conditions, and emergency crews will respond as soon as it's safe to do so. Now is the time to remain sheltered where you are. In Sarasota, we got wind speeds of 100 and gust of 114 miles an hour. A lot of the cameras in Sarasota are already down. So we are not getting any more live videos from Sarasota. Here's the sheer amount of tornado warnings that were issued in the last 24 hours. 110 tornado warnings issued in the last 24 hours. And that was that was updated as recently as 4:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So there's been a little bit there's been some more on top of that. But this is a large majority of them. And a lot of those were significant tornadoes, and the one that we saw shortly after we went on would seem to be the most violent of the day. Oh, I just spilled something over my desk. Hold up. All right, there we go. All right. I'm going to see if we can get some more live cameras. Storm surge is one of the biggest issues right now. Same with the winds. Tornado threat has rapidly decreased, but it's still present over the next few hours. We're starting to see an ex-tropical cyclone transition. Storm is currently at 120 miles an hour, pressure of 952 millibars, moving to the northeast at 15 miles an hour. Yeah, right now we're about an hour or two away from landfall. And again, it will wobble, but it looks to be right in between Sarasota and Venice. Yeah, right, and power outages, we're rapidly ticking up on the power outages side. We're up to 350,000 people without power. Um, and that should tick up even more, so have your electronics charged. Please follow proper generator protocols. Only use your generator after the storm, and do not use your generator indoors. Improper generator use is the #1 leading cause of death in post-tropical cyclone aftermath. And here is a live view from the. Wait, hold on. Let me get back to present. Okay, there we go. Here's a live view from the University of Tampa on the riverfront. And then you can see on that light post the sheer amount of rain that's coming down right now. Wind isn't that bad here. But that rain is really pouring. And again, that was from the University of Tampa. From the from what we're seeing here, we do have more where we're starting to get some damage reports from some parts of Sarasota. And we do have an extreme wind warning still in effect. This will be in effect till 9:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And again, that includes the entirety of the... What happened here? Oh, that's why. Okay. Yeah, yeah. So sorry about that. That was that's one of the graphics that was a work in progress, so it was broken. But yeah, here's the graphic and the extreme wind warning for the entirety of the Tampa Bay area until 9:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And 2.7 million people are in this extreme wind warning. But yeah, we're expecting landfall within the next 1 to 2 hours. And I think we covered everything that's up to date. That was a view from Venice, Florida. That just showed there. Winds are gusting to 89 miles an hour in St. Petersburg. Okay, so yeah, right now I'm just looking for any new information here. And just want to say that even though right now the I mean I mean right now looks like the storm is starting to weaken more. It's starting to enter an extra tropical transition. It's important to not downplay the storm. Again, this is still going to pack a punch. And yeah, again, we had a lot of tornadoes today. Emergency management is saying to remain sheltered in place. Hurricane conditions are currently occurring. So let's go ahead and review what has happened so far. So basically, right now, Hurricane Milton has wind speeds of 120 miles an hour, pressure of 952 millibars. The next update should be coming out within less than half an hour. We have had many significant tornadoes today, including a potentially violent tornado, near Fort Pierce. And right now, what we're waiting on is the landfall of this system within the next 1 to 2 hours. The eye wall of this system is currently over Sarasota and parts into St. Petersburg. And again, we do have reports of a lot of damage at Fort Pierce from that tornado. We currently have nearly 120 tornado warnings from from Milton, and we're still expecting 8 to 12 inches of rainfall in most of Central Florida. Some localized amounts of 12 to 16 inches are possible. The Weather Prediction Center still has a high risk for flash flooding, and that will be that will remain in effect into Thursday morning and into Friday morning. And right now, it looks like this storm is starting to enter a extratropical transition. And if you look at the wind field here, you can see that the wind field is starting to get really large in terms of the tropical storm force winds. And yeah, it's kind of like Helene size kind of wind field here. But yeah, here's the cone here. So it's projected to make landfall for the next 1 to 2 hours, then crawl its way through Central Florida overnight. Should be gone by Thursday morning, and then into the afternoon, it should weaken to a tropical storm, and then fully become remnants of what it once was, and as it gets near Bermuda, and then from there into Monday, it will weaken and die out. And then elsewhere, we are currently tracking 2 areas of disturbances. Both of them have a 10% chance of forming within the next 48 hours to 7 days. The only other storm right now, in the Atlantic is Leslie. Actually, yeah, sorry, I butchered that name. Currently a hurricane 90 miles an hour, expected to remain away from land. We don't have to worry about this one. And yeah, again, I butchered that name, so I apologize for that. But yeah, apart from that, there's not much going on in the Atlantic that could threaten the United States. And I'll go ahead and put on the experimental cone from the National Hurricane Center so you can see those new inland warnings that they have. And now let's go back to radar. And let me fix that real quick. Okay, there we go. See right now that eye wall is on shore now in Sarasota. The main confusing part is that it's really hard to track where exactly the eye wall is, because mainly on the eastern side, because it's starting to transition into extropical. However, we do know for sure that the eye wall is along this northern side, right along Holmes Beach, just north of there. We do know that for a fact. So St. Petersburg recently gusted up to 89 miles an hour. And we do have some more hurricane force gusts being reported as well as this storm gets closer and closer from an official landfall. Winds are gusting to 47 in parts of Tampa. So not the strongest there. We seen a camera there moments ago. And speaking of that, let's go back to there. Here's that camera from the University of Tampa. And again, the wind-wise, it's not really that strong in terms of wind. There is wind here, but it's not nearly as strong as what we're seeing down south. But you can see that rain is really pouring in the University of Tampa here. So again, not the strongest in terms of wind so far in there, but it's still something that. But later on, from now on, you need to be sheltered in place if you aren't already. And really impressive radar presentation that we're seeing. But yeah, that tornado threat is starting to come down. There still could be some more tornadoes. Can't rule that out, but the main tornado threat is pretty much over. And yeah, we'll be taking this all the way up to landfall here. I don't think we're going to be live overnight. I don't think we are. But we're definitely going to be here up to landfall. Looks like that eye is starting to, you can start to see how it's starting to collapse in on itself more. Definitely getting smaller and smaller. Looks like Brennerton will be getting the peak wins here, according to someone in the team. As we're approaching the 3-hour mark of us being on the air. You're currently tuned into Watching the Skies. So from a ground report from someone in a server that I'm in, they're currently in this part of it. It's very, very gusty here in Venice, but there is basically no rain. Just looking at... okay, so yeah, and also, by the way, in about 13 minutes, we should be getting our next update from the National Hurricane Center. So yeah, there's that eyewall again from a ground report. It's very, very gusty, but there's barely any rain here in this part of the eyewall. The northern side of it's a different story. But yeah, we're expecting landfall within 1 hour at this point. And the sun's starting to go down here at HQ. The sun has already been down in Florida. Again, a lot of this, a lot of the, lot of the wind is starting to go over St. Petersburg, Sun City, Apollo Beach, Tampa area. A lot of flash flood warnings in effect all across Central Florida. Extreme wind warning still remains in effect for the Tampa Bay area. And okay, let me just check something. Oh yeah, on Reed's stream. Obviously, can't share it, but yeah, he's currently in the eye wall. I'll go in and post the link to it in the chat here. Oh yeah, that's really bad. At least, wait. Oh yeah, more bad. Tornado damage coming in. Yeah, Reed's getting very, very bad wins right now. Yeah, we're about an hour away from landfall. About to see But yeah, Milton is easily about an hour away from landfall. Again, an official landfall will be when the center of the eye goes over land. That's the official definition of a landfall. So we're awaiting on that. We do have a lot of tornadoes forming out there in the ocean. And again, a lot of those storms produced catastrophic tornadoes. Including one over Fort Pierce that's probably going to be something that we'll be talking about for a long time. But yeah, that tornado threat is now starting to fully come down. We're not expecting many more. We're not expecting many more tornadoes from this point forward. Okay, and the new update just came in from the National Hurricane Center. They have remained at 120 miles an hour. That will probably now be its landfall intensity. Pressure of 954 millibars. Moving now to the east-northeast at 15 miles an hour. So that's the most recent update from the National Hurricane Center. Milton close to making landfall along the coast of west central Florida. Life-threatening storm surge, damaging winds, and flooding rains occurring across portions of central and southwestern Florida. It is 20 miles west-southwest of Sarasota, Florida. And we do get an updated cone as well that will go ahead and pop up. And yeah, that is your new cone. It's only really positional. But again, we're expecting this to make landfall within the hour, crawl its way through central Florida overnight, and be gone by Thursday morning. And then throughout Thursday afternoon, projected to weaken further. And then from there, it will completely weaken and dissipate as it approaches Bermuda and then further on to the east. But yeah, right now, 120 miles an hour, east-northeast at 15 miles an hour. Let's go ahead and get the full discussion pulled up. Because let me get that ready. Not forecast, because they don't update that. All right. Yeah, and again, the next updates will be okay. Well, okay, wait. Let me go ahead and just read out this real quick. Okay, so I'll get this popped up. At 8:00 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, the center of Hurricane Milton was located. On that, Milton is moving to the east-northeast near 15 miles an hour, and this general motion is expected to continue through Thursday, followed by a turn towards the east on Friday. On this forecast track, the center of Milton will make landfall just south of the Tampa Bay region within the next hour or two, and then move across central parts of Florida Peninsula overnight, and emerge off the eastern coast of Florida on Thursday. So what we just reviewed. Maximum sustained winds are near 120 miles an hour with higher gusts. Milton is a Category 3 on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. Little change in strength is likely until landfall, and Milton is expected to remain a hurricane while it moves across central Florida through Thursday. The system is forecast to weaken over the western Atlantic and become extratropical by Thursday night. And however, there's been some signs of it trying to transition into an extratropical cyclone. But it's not going to be enough to where they'll mark it as such. Hurricane force winds extend outward about 35 miles from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward into 255 miles. A sustained wind of 54 miles an hour and a gust of 96 was recently reported at the Sarasota Branderton International Airport. And a CMON station in Venice, Florida recently reported a sustained wind of 71 miles an hour with a gust of 90 miles an hour. So we're having hurricane force gusts in those areas. The minimum central pressure estimated from Hurricane Hunter aircraft observation is 954 millibars. So that's basically their that's the discussion right there from the 7 p.m. Advisory. Right now it looks like we're gonna be seeing this stay at a major up to landfall. And of course, when it does make it to landfall, the National Hurricane Center will do its special advisory to announce that it made landfall. Before it seemed like this storm was kind of weakening down to a Category 2. But it's remained a Category 3. And now it looks like it's going to be remaining a Category 3 up to landfall. And again, we do have multiple videos showing, well, I mean, we can't share them, but we do have multiple videos showing the eye wall starting to come on, starting to come on shore and causing some pretty bad damage. From Palm Beach Gardens, this is some of the tornado damage that happened. And you can see that car completely mangled. Still recognizable, obviously, but that is very, very badly damaged. And I know I'm saying the most obvious stuff, but yeah, again, we had some very, very strong tornadoes today. But yeah, Landfall is soon. We'll be seeing that here shortly. Let's go ahead and see if any of our cameras is back online in St. Petersburg. Does look like all of them are still down. But yeah, a lot of the winds are well on shore now. We're just waiting on landfall, which will be within the hour. Maybe into early 8 o'clock, but I highly think it's going to be within the hour. Okay, so yeah, right now that eye is now starting to come on shore. So landfall probably within less than 30 minutes. And since we pretty much covered everything, we'll step away for a little bit. So live WTS coverage on Hurricane Milton will continue in just a moment. All right, we're back. Just had to step away for a moment. But let's go ahead and check in on the storm. Looks like landfall is about to be officially called here shortly. The eye is really starting to collapse. So, kind of hard to track where exactly it is. Yeah, again. Landfall should be called at any moment. Let's wait till the National Hurricane Center's call. Some people are saying it did make landfall, but I'm just going to wait for the National Hurricane Center's call. Yeah, landfall would seem to be here in Sarasota Beach. That seems to be the landfall spot. I think they'll. I think they're just gonna call it. I think they're about to call it here soon. That the center is extremely close from landfall. It's probably going to be within the next 5 minutes, and then we'll see that officially called. Yeah, right now the storm is 120 miles an hour, pressure of 954 millibars, moving to the east-northeast at 15 miles an hour. Let's go ahead and check on our power outages. Where we are, oh, yeah, we have rapidly surged up here to 600,000 people without power in Florida. And yeah, that number is only going higher and higher. And yeah, and I was just checking on North Carolina because of those floods there from Helene. But yeah, over 600,000 people are without power. Landfall seems to be very soon. And I'm gonna try using my red square to track the center. Okay, I'm just gonna use this to track it because again the eye does collapse. Seems to stop like right here. See, it's like right there is where that would potentially be located. But yeah, again, we're extremely close. Again, the center has to go over land for it to be declared a landfall. Let's see if they have called it a landfall. The pressure, we do have a pressure reading from Sarasota of it being 906. Wait, no, 900. No, it's 961 millibars. I was going to say 962. It's now 961 millibars. Tampa fully in the eyeball of the storm. Gusts of now 59 miles an hour have been observed. And landfall is about to be called here very soon. And then after that, we'll probably be live for a bit longer. Again, I cannot be live for the entirety of the night because I do have some things that I do need. Because I do have things that I need to do. But yeah, we've been live for over 3 hours, even though it's felt longer than that. Reports of power flashes in downtown Sarasota. And unfortunately, we do have reports of fatalities in Fort Pierce. And landfall should be called here soon. Let's go ahead and use our red square method. Again, and I'm just doing it just so we can see, get a rough estimate. That could be it. And this is not a very good method. It's the best we have. It's either like less than a mile off the coast or directly on the coast. So this could be landfall here at 7:26 p.m. But of course, we do have to wait for the official call. But using our unofficial method, it looks like it's very, very close from the shore. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be calling landfall here unofficially at 7:27, maybe 7:28. But but we're gonna wait for the National Hurricane Center. I'm pretty confident this has just made landfall. So 114 mile per hour gusts. Was just reported in Sarasota. Okay, so Okay, yep. It has been called landfall at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time from the National Hurricane Center. Extremely dangerous Category 3 Hurricane Milton makes landfall near Siesta Key, Florida. Life-threatening storm surge, extreme winds, and flash flooding occurring over the Central Florida Peninsula. So, this storm has made landfall. However, impacts have been going on long before then, but I mean, there you go. At 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Wind speed is 120, pressure 954. And here is that full discussion of that landfall. .97 mile per hour wind gust report in Venice. Okay, so yeah, landfall just happens. And also, I'm currently dealing with someone else right now that needs my urgent attention. So and with the landfall, we'll be right back after this. Okay, so we're probably going to be ending the stream within an hour or two because, again, I don't have that much time. The fatalities, unfortunately, are at 6, and some of those are from the tornado that just happened. That happened. Early on in the stream and before we went on the air. And okay, so yeah, Milton made landfall not too long ago. And yeah, the eye is now directly over the part in between Sarasota and Venice. Sarasota is now in the calm period. There's also the back side of this storm. We're approaching nearly 700,000 people without power. And we still got the back side of this thing where most of those strongest winds currently are, according to the velocity product. Yeah, for cameras, all the ones that we can use without copyright are either down or low quality because it's dark time. It's nighttime. So there isn't really much to talk about. But we do have flash flood warnings across central Florida. And yeah, those winds there are really starting to increase. Again, next year, we will have a chaser team, so hopefully by then we will be able to get more ground views than the ones we already have. Yeah, right now, storm surge wise, I mean, storm surge I mean, the storm surge started in Tampa, compared to what it could have been, isn't as bad as isn't as bad as what was originally forecasted. If this went the original route of it going north of Tampa, a bit north, then that would be like easily 20 feet of surge. And we've been tracking this all night into like Orlando and further on. The main catastrophic impact has been the tornadoes. A sheer unprecedented amount of them. Yeah, this storm is starting to substantially weaken. You can see that center really collapse. So again, we're gonna reach a point where this storm is no longer a major. And if I had to guess, that will probably be relatively soon. And again, storm surge is still life-threatening. Haven't gotten an official number on the highest, but I do see some photos of a storm surge being an issue. But it's definitely not near the projected height if it went its original path, but it's something not to downplay. Yeah, we're probably going to be ending the stream within an hour. From this point forward, we're going to be seeing the back side of it go over Tampa. And from there, the storm is going to be pretty much weakening significantly as it goes through central Florida. So yeah, Milton, pretty catastrophic storm in terms of tornadoes. And that'll probably be one of the main things it's remembered for. And also for the fact that this thing rapidly intensified into a 180 mile per hour storm, pressure of 897 millibars, which is one of the lowest pressures ever recorded in the Atlantic Basin. I think it's top 5 lowest. And again, for this season, we've been tracking a lot of storms. Not in the first half, mainly in the later half. We've been tracking a lot of impacting storms from Francine, which we got hit by, to Helene, now Milton, as well as Beryl. So the Gulf has been the Gulf has been pretty smacked this year. And I also want to say that our forecasting show, again, I said in the Helene stream, will be in early October. That's been pushed back into further notice. I just haven't had the time to. I just haven't had the time to get it all together. So, but yeah, I'll do it at some point. I just need the time. I just need the time to get it all ready to go. And also, I also want to point out the tornado warnings. This is the second most amount of tornado warnings issued by a state in recorded history. The official number is 126 from Florida. Number 1 is April 27, 2011 by Alabama, with 134. And you can see all the all these historic tornado dates, and then you got this. So this storm will go down in history for that. But yeah, as we hit the 4-hour mark, I think okay, so the newest advisory just came in. This is their 8 p.m. advisory. The storm is now down to 115 miles an hour. So this thing is still this thing only went down by 5 miles an hour. Pressure is now 956 millibars, so that's starting to come back up more. And the storm is moving still to the east northeast at 15 miles an hour. From Port Charlotte, the storm surge is still rising. So yeah, the surge is now starting to become an impact here. Is it to the level of what we were being projected before a few days ago? No, but it's still very, it's still very high. So yeah, we're gonna step away once more because again we covered everything. All of our cameras are down, so there's not really much to cover here. But I will come back on times and give you updates on what's going on. Please stay safe out there. the backside of this storm is now starting to come back on shore per reports. Wind speeds are apparently the peak in Tampa was 96-mile-per-hour gusts. And we're going to be seeing that increase. Just want to come back on and say that again. I'm just going to come back on at times, give you the updates. But for now, we're just going to be entering this mode of me having to go AFK, and I'll just give you updates. Because I do have to attend to some things, and we will be back soon. So again, stay safe out there. Remain sheltered in place. Before we go back to our break state, I do want to go ahead and announce that the power outages in Florida have reached over 1.1 million people without power. 160,000 out of 260,000 customers tracked in Manatee County are without power. So, and again, that's going to rapidly increase. And again, we'll be back shortly. Here is the wind gust map here. 92 miles an hour is the peak so far that I can see here. And again, if you've been waiting, I'm currently dealing with some stuff right now in the background, and there's no one that can take over on our team that can take over. So that's why there's been long breaks of no talking. As for the cameras, all of them are basically down. Like all the ones that we can use without copyright are down, so we can't show you any cameras. They're either down or too low quality because it's nighttime. And we're likely ending the stream momentarily. We're just waiting a bit longer to see if there's anything that we need to cover. Well, with that being said, I'll jump right back in if there's any new information. And if there isn't within the next hour, then we'll debrief and then we'll end things off. Breaking news a few minutes ago, a flash flood emergency was issued for Tampa. And I'm going to show you that flash flood emergency. And yeah, here's your flash flood emergency. This includes the Tampa Bay area. 2 million people are in this flash flood emergency. This also includes St. Petersburg, downtown Tampa, and yeah, again, the entirety of the Tampa area is in this. And I also received a video from St. Pete Beach of power flashes in the area. Can't share it because it's from a chaser that requires licensing. But yeah, that's the most recent information. In about 24 minutes, we should be getting our next update from the National Hurricane Center if they're still doing hourly updates. If they don't, the next full one will be, I think, at 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Yeah, I just wanted to hop on and say that, and for any, and we're gonna go ahead and check power outages since it's been a minute. We are currently up to 1.2 million people without power in Florida. And those numbers will only increase from this point forward. You want to check. Yeah, I think the extreme wind warning has been dropped, I'm pretty sure. And again, there's that flash flood emergency wording here. Flash flood emergency and effective until 2:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This is a wait, hold up. At 9:26 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the Warren area. Between 10 to 14 inches of rain have fallen. Flash flooding is already occurring. This is a flash flood emergency for St. Petersburg, Tampa, Riverview, and Palmetto. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Seek higher ground now. And then go down here. Move to higher ground now. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not travel unless you are fleeing an area subject to flooding or under evacuation order. Stay away or be swept away. Riverbanks and coverts can become unstable and unsafe. Flash flood damage threat catastrophic. So we will be back again momentarily with more updates. And again, the storm is currently 115 miles an hour, pressure of 956 millibars. Moving to the east-northeast at 15 miles an hour. All of our cameras are down, so we will not have any more cameras for the remainder of the stream. Landfall occurred around 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and throughout the day we had a very strong tornado outbreak, including a violent tornado that we were live for on the eastern side of Florida. And information from that will continue to come out over the next few days and weeks. The fatality count is currently at 6 from Milton and rising. So we will be back with more information. we also do have the backside of it fully starting to hit now. Sarasota starting to get an estimated wind speed of around 100 mile per hour gusts. That's an estimate from a local storm chaser. But yeah, if you're in Sarasota and the Tampa Bay area, seek higher ground and remain sheltered in place until the end of this storm. This is a dangerous situation ongoing, and you need to remain sheltered throughout the remainder of the storm. If you do lose power and have a generator, do not use your generator during the storm. Only use it after. And please follow all proper generator protocols because generator misuse is one of the leading killers and a post tropical cyclone aftermath. So again at this point, you know the drill, that I'm going to step away until we get some more information. Glass is reportedly breaking in Branderton from a video. That I just seen. I'll go ahead and post that in the chat. Yeah, there is that link to what appears to be. I mean, you can hear glass breaking. Venice, Florida. Now getting many reports of storm surge in the area. reports of a Bank of America with its roof destroyed in the town of Bradenton, Florida, regarding the hurricane. We're approaching the next advisory if they do an hourly one. It didn't say they were doing another hourly one, but I think they are. Yeah, we're approaching the 5-hour mark. Storm is still 115 miles an hour, pressure 956 millibars, and we're waiting on the next update if they do one. If they don't, the next full advisory will be in about an hour's time. You're currently tuned into Watching the Skies. All of our cameras are down and will not be available for the remainder of the stream. And all right. So we just got on our next one. It is no longer a major hurricane. It has now come down to 110 miles an hour, pressure 958 millibars, and moving to the east-northeast, now at 16 miles an hour. So that's the 9 p.m. update. And once that full advisory comes in at 10 p.m., we'll hop back in and go through everything so far. And again, just stay hunkered down, stay safe, and then we'll be right back. And actually, really quick, one of our cameras just came back on. Oh, I think it's been on, but it's the University of Tampa's riverfront camera. Oh, sorry that I made a noise. My headphones fell. But you can see the rain is really coming down. There's no audio on this, but the wind is starting to go up. Apparently, there was an 86 mile per hour sustained report. Yeah, these conditions are rapidly deteriorating here. Rain is falling sideways. Massive rain curtains. And let's go ahead and have that there for now. I'm actually going to go back to the radar just for a second. looking at this, you can see very, very strong winds ongoing here. This is, yeah, again, you need to be hunkered down, shelter in place, and just wait this out. We're getting 86 mile per hour sustained from nearby. That's from the National Hurricane Center discussion. Thanks, and they had a stream in the background that loaded up for some reason. Okay, there we go. Got that fixed. I think I desktop audio off, but yeah, okay. So going back to the stream here, you can see hurricane conditions ongoing in the Tampa area as the backside of this storm is hitting. Oh, and let me get that fixed. There we go. Yeah, stay safe during these life-threatening conditions. The center is punching its way inland. There has been no tornado warnings in a while, but this has been a very, very active and historic day for tornadoes. So I'll have this pulled up for now as we continue our live coverage of Hurricane Milton. Okay, so we're back to the radar. City of Palm Coast has put out an alert saying that the wastewater systems is experiencing significant pressure due to the heavy rainfall. To protect our wastewater system and prevent overflows, we need your help. Please limit water usage as much as possible. And right now we're just mainly waiting on the 10 o'clock advisory, and then I think we'll wrap things up there. Okay, sorry, I got caught up on a lot of things. So let's go ahead and review the advisory here. So yeah, it went down to 105 miles an hour, pressure 960, moving east northeast at 16. This is your new cone here, expected to be gone by Thursday morning. There should be a surge threat along Jacksonville and around this area in eastern Florida as it makes its way outward. Tornado threat should be gone. Although there might be a very small chance of a few tornadoes. But yeah, right now we're starting to weaken on this storm. And I think this is where we will end things here. We're ending off on check the power outage. Let's check the power outage map. You have 1.8 million people without power now. This is going to rapidly surge up as this thing makes its way further and further into Florida. But for now, we're going to be ending the stream here. This has been Watching the Skies, watching for everything. Stay safe out there.